Today, I'll be going to go through quite high productive tasks, sessions. One, I would like to talk about what I kind of created yesterday. High level spiritual target. I didn't come up with better word. Of course, I'm not spiritual, but I think it describes it somewhat. Clarify my future plans. I was, before this, going through my swap card, which is a networking app for the EA conference. And clearly there's a lot of stuff to do on my profile. And before I can write that, I need to clarify what I talked about on Saturday. And then lastly, if I have time left, I will be applying for jobs. But in general, today is Monday. Yesterday, I was planning to spend a good amount of time on Swapcard, booking up meetings on the conference next week, or now Friday already. But I couldn't because of what I talked about last stream, where I ended up was that I wasn't certain if I'm aiming high enough. So yesterday I spent most of the day being unproductive, being not conscious enough to think about the problem, and then during the evening, past midnight also, I figured out, or I kind of, well, created the idea that I will be talking about. But these ones are continuation what I did on Saturday, so I'm not gonna talk about them. Let's go into this. And later today at 7, there is some sort of democracy club meeting, talk, presentation. I'd like to attend that, so maybe I have 5 hours that I can spend. So this is definitely life management. Yes, it fits. Creating a high-level spiritual target. Last stream I talked about how I have options. I feel that I have options on how I can start my career. But this was the biggest obstacle that I faced. I started to question whether I'm ready for this, whether I'm ready to receive opportunities, because the moment I get a job, get a paying job, and then get into some organization, some way of working, I might lose this that I have currently, which is free time, no pressure, my original ideas. And what I'm afraid is that I wouldn't be able to level up myself anymore, because I'm very good at adjusting to new situations, positions, and what I have faced lately for 2 weeks, lack of motivation. And it hasn't been any negative for me. So I haven't felt negatively about it. But now when I'm thinking about my goal, world peace, it means that I do care about it. I can't just ignore it. But if life happened, then, and I went with a more conventional route, I didn't, or the world peace did not happen in my lifetime, then everything's fine. So this isn't anything that I'm concerned that I would be unhappy. No, just concerned I would choose too easy life. I love bullying myself. I like bullying myself. Not aiming low enough, making my life difficult, although that's not really the case, because my life is very easy. Well, it depends. But okay, I'm trying to remember, what did I... Communication plan, AI notes, self-development. Did I write something? Okay, controlling accountability circle. Fine. Bigger structure. I will try to explain this. So pretty much, I will redraw this. I have had 2 different modes, how I feel about these, and also consciously think about them. I don't visualize them clearly like this, but it's still very, it is still very clear that there are 2. And it's high consciousness and low consciousness. 2 different states. And how it has been is that most of the time I'm in low conscious state, like in the past 2 weeks. The consciousness often rises only during the evening. When I wake up, I feel, hey, I have plenty of time. There are so many excuses and habits being built for years. So in low conscious state, I tend to start YouTube, like watch news, YouTube videos, or then porn, of course. And then there's also a middle layer, middle consciousness, where I'm aware of what's happening. I'm aware that what I'm doing, that hey, I'm doing these things that I wouldn't necessarily want to do, but I'm not conscious enough to do anything about them. I'm not conscious enough to control this. I'm just aware of what's happening. And then I would kind of consciously choose often the bad route, low conscious option. But in that middle part here, I realize somewhat why I'm not going there. Why I don't raise my consciousness. What am I avoiding? And uncertainty was definitely what I was avoiding yesterday, because I had created a plan that I didn't fully understand what it was. And I already knew I could not find this answer anywhere. It was personal. Strictly personal. I knew I needed high consciousness for that. It required energy. Like, I couldn't be tired. Just knowing that, I went here. And then during the evening, because I had spent enough time circling these low conscious tasks or things I do, that I didn't feel like doing them anymore. Like, I had watched enough videos, good enough. Then my consciousness was risen again. And to explain what I did, I tried to, well, think about this a little bit, and then think about how can I upgrade my goal. What is even my goal? Like, world peace. Okay, good. World peace, and is it enough? What about the 1 to 100 project? That is about the engine, how my brain works. That I wait for anyone to give me reason to move or to speak. I'm not active myself. I want to change that. But that project, that idea to becoming active thinker, active doer, that's just one tool, kind of like one piece. One tool, one piece, but how it felt, how it felt that this has been going is, I'm here and I want to create. I'm not happy about this level. So level 1. Then I created level 2 and moved there. Okay, that's good. That's cute. But then at this level, I'm not happy. I want to level up again. So I create level 3, the goal, and then move there again. But this just continued. Every time there was higher level. So right now, let's say I'm here. I don't want to continue this. It's ineffective because it means I can't start investing properly, because soon it will change. And this doesn't, it's not linear really. It's like this. That I don't know the bigger picture because it might change suddenly. It's not there, it's there. What I did yesterday, and then these small jumps are very close to human level. No, not human level, normal human level. Normal social level, meaning I have used this before, that if all people are here in some sort of mess, and this is the social norms, and I have used or said that I'm outside of it. Yes, of course, but not really. The point here is that I have made these small jumps, but within still the social network. And this might change, but because I'm inside the target, the goal that I'm trying to reach is inside here. I can't trust it. And I feel that it's very it's not good enough if I want to do something new, because it's a million different ways to adjust, find a new role, new position inside here. And also I might do one change and hey, this is great, this is way different than where I was, but then I realize, hey, there are a lot of people here. So even though the difference is personal, I'm not actually becoming anything different than people. Yes, I'm different what I was, but I'm not different because there are people here already. So what I want to do is create a goal far outside that doesn't have anyone here there. This is personal. And let's say I'm here. I'm aiming for this. Of course, it requires small steps, but this won't change. You might also think about this as setting goals here on Earth, that my goal is that tree, that building, that hey, I will go there, I will go there. But what if it's very crowded? Because right now I'm alone. Let's say I'm alone in the forest. There are no obstacles. Or the trees are targets, let's say. I see a tree, I can just slowly walk up there, no problem. But that's because I don't have anyone around me, pretty much, any pressure. I'm not invested into anything. But when I am, if I had a job, if I had a group of people I work with outside of job, so and friends and hobbies, I don't see the target in it. So I might see a flash that hey, there is the tree, I want to go there, and then suddenly there are people in front of me. We start a conversation, I lose the goal. Where is it? This is a moon. This is the moon. It's not in Earth. No one can fully cover this. And of course, this is just me trying to explain what's happening in my mind. And this is not factual. I want to also point it out that my philosophy, my understanding of how I see people is, well, this might represent the brain, that people are just their brains, they're animals, but of course very complex animals compared to everyone else. But we're just, we have a set of connections inside the brain, and we can change those connections. They are not real, or it doesn't matter. If you believe in one God, someone else believes another God, and both do the same thing, it doesn't matter. Happiness, there is no one answer what makes people happy. If there are 10 options, all of them make them smile, maybe there isn't any better one. I'm trying to go back what I was trying to say. Yes, that all of this is happening in my mind. It's personal. It's not real. But we humans, we live in these partly self-created bubbles or externally created. Some might believe in a religion, some might believe or have this high energy for getting a successful career just because they have traumas that say you need money. And they're very excited to work. They smile a lot. Is it a problem? Is it the problem that someone is kind of delusional, but they're happy and they're good, that they're doing the right thing? Someone might pick up trash on the street because they believe they will change the world in that, doing that the pollution drops significantly, that they're very naive about the scale. Do I want to point it out to them that, hey, that's actually has almost zero effect? Then they will get depressed, they would stop doing it. That's around elections. You point out that, hey, it's just one vote, it doesn't matter. But what if a million people think the same? Then they don't make they don't go to vote, and they would have gotten a huge impact. So this is important here, that I fully understand that the motivations I have are kind of temporary. Tomorrow I would do different decisions than today. They're not based on that or any strict logic. Of course, in my case, I draw logic from living self, death, understanding this reality, nothingness, and years accumulated understanding of what I want to do, what feels good, which is world peace in my case. So of course I base on my decisions, especially if I'm conscious, everything I know, but I know very well that I might forget, that maybe yesterday I didn't remember, yeah, or last stream. I have these studies, that's also an opportunity, that I would do conscious decision based on my knowledge and what I remembered that time. But yes, just to mention that. And this is mostly a feeling. This now really set goal. Instead of having this, I would have I have set out a goal like this. And of course, I don't know what is the path to there. But this, I think, is important. It's still in progress, but I already built it, foothold. In some way, I connected. I can visualize it. So pretty much it's Star Wars Jedi Temple. I kind of feeling it's not right visual, but there are seats. One is an alien there, and then what was the other one? It's not any person, but just idea. It's an idea that what if I will explain alien first. What is human development? Humans, have we evolved how much? The IQ peaked around 1970. I think at least in Finland. And that's according to the military service statistics. Or I might remember wrong, maybe it was in US, but anyways. It's an indicator that maybe IQ is lowering. Human capabilities are, of course, much greater than they were 50 years ago. But what can humanity become? Can it develop further? Of course. Evolution works very slowly, and especially the humans, we like to go against it. Someone is sick, we try to use technology and means to make them well again. So people who wouldn't have reproduced 2000 years ago would reproduce, or they could. So we are against evolution in a sense. But this is interesting topic, that what humanity could be. Perfect utopia. I have talked about that I would like to start my own project, but also start or join a group of people where we would discuss and not just discuss, but build, continuously build and change what the perfect utopia could be like. And of course, it's utopia. It's not possible to achieve that, but we could move towards it. If it's not possible, then it needs to be more realistic. But also, people don't want just realistic. They want to dream. Like I said, it's not real, or it needs to be real in a person's mind, but the dream doesn't have to be there. So AI bubble, will that happen? Why hasn't it become a problem? Because people believe that they believe that something is working, and because they believe, then the world works in a certain way, and certain opportunities or technology rises, developments, just because people are putting energy into this. So that's real also, that what is realistic. So it doesn't have to make kind of sense in some way, but it is what it is. And that's why people are so frustrated with politics. They might have very clear understanding, or in their own way, that hey, we're destroying environment, why aren't you doing this? It's a logical thing to do, but they don't understand the human nature, human mind, that yes, they care about logic, but they can't help themselves. They can't just change their identities, their whole social circles, where maybe certain attitude towards environment is needed to be safe, to have an easy conversation with them. That suddenly, if you become another person, everyone is anxious a little bit, and you are anxious. You are clearly changing yourself. But hey, I became vegan. You say this to 5 gym bros who are just to open a whole chicken each to eat a snack. They would look at you and say, get out. Like no one, and that's a crude example, but it takes a lot to change yourself and become kind of public with your new views, changes. So this alien represents the future of humanity, and it's also personal. I think certain way. Why? Because my mind is affected by my environment. That I'm used to thinking that hey, this is fine, or this is normal. But what if it's not? What if the whole humanity, or what if I don't need to wait for others, for society to slowly change and develop? I have only my life, my lifetime. What if I wanted to, in some way, well, develop myself? There's a word for that. Enlightenment. What if I wanted to kind of get enlightened? But this alien represents humanity quite strongly. But then this mentally becoming 100-year-old, this is more connected to what I started to say, which was that I have only one lifetime. I will experience what it feels to be 28, that I'm currently, and I have experienced all previous years. Although I can say my experience is probably not the same as everyone else. What if I die next year? I never get to experience what it would be to be 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. What differentiates many people when they think about age is, what differentiates different age people from each other? One important thing is that they're very aware of that I'm 60 or 50. I'm 10 years older than you. In many societies, age immediately means social structure. That someone older is wiser, is in a higher position by default. In Finland, that's not the case, at least strongly, but still some 14-year-old trying to argue with 50-year-old. There is pretty clear social structure saying that to both of them, what are their positions in this argument. Of course, rebels, yes, that's common, but in general terms. So, but the point was that people might be different age, but it doesn't define them. It's very strong socially, mainly because people look certain age, but it's still a state of mind. So this idea is, should I move on from being just 28 to being 50, being 100, 200, 1,000-year-old? The idea is that I can, and of course everything is again happening in my mind, but I can experience this life differently, or there are more things to do than just trying to find my place among the people I'm around with. I'm around. And trying to summarize this is, how would I summarize it? It's an idea of what I would like to become. That I will remove restrictions like age or waiting for others to develop, or humanity as a whole. And I'm doing this personal development journey. And this is huge, that it will then allow me to see the target and keep on track. And if I had this idea strongly, this goes far beyond any work, any institution, any ideology, utopia even. Meaning that even it doesn't matter what country I would move to, what crazy work situation I could come up with, I would still have this. That everything is here. Of those, I can't think of anything that would go beyond this, and that's the important thing, that here I have seen opportunities and things that are here before the next jump, and thought, hey, this is good combination. My life will look like this. I will do this, change these decisions, and then everything is great. But then suddenly I'm here, and now I'm confused. Like, wait, I thought I was going to aim for this, but now I have leveled up. Now I need to figure out something else. And this has changed, been like this all the time. No, this doesn't explain it. Okay, that didn't explain it well. What explains better is each target that I'm not making decisions based on what I'm now, but what I will want to be. And I have some idea. I've set a target that I want to become this person who has these hobbies, these connections. I live here. But then the target changes. Suddenly, okay, I want to keep these two, but not these two. Okay, yeah, this is better. So that means that I don't even want to think about all of this, because I know I will change and I would have to rethink them. But this makes it so, even though it's very far away, I can't think of anything more. I don't have time for this or time for that. And also there are a lot of seats here, meaning I can just use this as a platform for everything beyond. This means that I have now, but yes, even though this is very far away, I can still draw lines from this and then trust that it will keep like this. And this mental development or leveling up has also meant that this level didn't include work. But there was some things in the world or living experience that I hadn't thought about. So here I couldn't even think about work, or if I did, it wouldn't have worked. That I didn't know if I try to do this, then I end up here. And then it's different. And even though at some level I thought I could just get a job, just by getting that experience would have automatically leveled me up. And to this, going back to this, how it feels is these are rivals. Of course, high consciousness rules, but they don't have power in those moments when I'm just too happy and without any external pressure, without making good decisions that last. These moments, it has always gone back and forth, and who has power? Like in some sense both have 50%. What this now does, at least what I felt mentally, was it now creates a new one here. Creates a hierarchy that wasn't there before. It was just two, but now from both of these there is now one that rules. And even just as an idea, it's already important. It's already meaningful, strong. And this idea, feeling, target, this goes with other kind of deep level concepts that I have talked about, trying to picture death. So death, world peace. And now that. I think I will use this symbol. It's a golden symbol of meditating and what was the word again? It's the hyphen. Swahili. Resurrection. Ah, no. Wait. Huh? another good example. My mind just goes blank. Good example of my communication problems. So zero state, there's no meaning. There is really nothing else than the biology. Death is the only certain thing. There's nothing after it. I'm waiting for that because there is no meaning, but I have created meaning and created it based on this world peace. Then I created that 1 to 100 idea. Now I have another one. Something to do. And this view doesn't have much else. This is very, very deep level, or the deepest I can think of. Can't go beyond death, can't go beyond there having no meaning or nothingness. And this represents now, I can go beyond in some ways, but not without going through this first. The world peace, I have described it, maybe here, wait, don't I have this? Yes. World peace is bottleneck for me. But yes, I would like to work on maybe different problems or things like space. So many other people as well are interested in space. How awesome would that be? Humans to start exploring other planets. Space exploration. Potential of human race. I still can think of more, and because I understand what the human brain does, I can always think of more, but not before achieving this world peace. This is so important for me. So this now I'm more kind of boxed in with this. That a little over a year ago, I figured out my philosophy. And of course that was mind state, or it didn't create any new theories or stuff, although it was my personal thinking, so I don't know exactly what others have thought of, but this it's better like this. Zero state. Let's do this instead. So before last year, I didn't have this. It wasn't clear how this world operated, how it worked. I didn't understand it. But then after figuring this out, this quest was done. Nothing to do here. And it felt very weird because it had been a quest for my whole life. I thought, of course, it would continue, but no, it didn't. Death, how much do I think about death? Not at all. It's so boring. I'm so ready for it. There's just nothing there. I can't go beyond. And then these things. Okay, that since this is the only certainty, what will I do before that? Well, then I go here, world peace. But world peace is, and then I box out, I single out all other things I want to do, because they make this as a bottleneck. So now I have reduced my choices of what I can do. But this now represents kind of reality and self-control, understanding of myself more. I know this is very clear. I can trace back this idea to my whole life. It makes sense. It's so logical. It hasn't changed. But how do I operate? Like, it hasn't been clear 10 years ago how and why I do some decisions now, today. But now with this new, which is quite large thing, like here, I have had two, adding one more after years of self-discovery and exploration. This is huge. No. So now I have clarified even more. A year ago I didn't have any of this. Now I have 4. So philosophical understanding, only certainty, meaning, and not self-development, personal growth. No, personal life's experience. Moving on. Clarify my future plans. Life work. Clarify my future plans. Okay. EHEX, Nordics. Last stream, I thought about this, and what would I even want to receive? What opportunities? Am I ready for them? Now with the new, did I have a name for it? Enlightenment, target. I'm safer if I choose something else, because I won't forget that. Let's go through this. What am I hoping to get out of the event? Networking, understand people, the world. Not important. Connect with people I might want to work with later. Again, not important. That important. Learn about opportunity. Of course, I will do this. I will appreciate it, but it's kind of self-evident. At least I'm gonna get this out of it. Learn about opportunities. What kind of opportunities would I be interested of? The ones take me abroad. British positions. Improve and develop. Join projects with my free time. The idea that I'm not certain if this is for me, but is there an opportunity to invest a week to 2 months? That's my previous larger vision, that I want to become this general tool that is available for people to use. That, hey, give me the context, give me the goal, I will create output. And instead of focusing on one large project or being personally involved heavily in some large projects, I would do little ones. Shadowing. Shadowing idea I haven't thought about much, but for example, I will not be volunteering, it seems, at the event. What if I go there? What if I contact someone? Hey, I would like to shadow you during the day, if it's okay. Can I be on the background and see what I would have done, what I could do in the future if it's for me? Is it awkward? Yeah, sure, it can feel awkward. It's not awkward for me. But is there any downside for letting me shadow people, understand them, learn about their work, develop my skills? And it might be also an opportunity for others, that hey, this is a unique event, we are here to learn, we are here to develop, not just have talks and then that's easy to lecture about something, people take notes, but there isn't much real things happening, real commitment, real change. if people left the event feeling relaxed, not anxious at all, something has been done wrong. That, of course, no, there shouldn't be any, or not to overextend some things that make someone too uncomfortable or spend their time needlessly. But as an idea, I have not seen this there. So is that I can do project positions that do good. This is very small one, small detail, doesn't say anything about the work itself. So no need to worry about that. I think here if it's short, good. I need to tell my side and let them suggest. It's very important that they understand my side, because I'm very certain about this, that I don't approach this helping humanity stuff like most others. My situation is not like many others, that I would be ready to move immediately and spend all of my time towards doing good. I don't have any responsibility. I don't have any strict events I need to attend, or people that would feel too hurt. No, I have zero dependencies. And I asked AI about policy work, because that's something someone asked me the message last week, and I'm pretty sure it's not for me. I do not care how the policy work happens, that I can understand it quite quickly, and I don't need experience on it. Oh no. There's again problem that virtual desktop does not want to work. Is it about? Yeah, it is about memory, meaning virtual desktop should use more memory, but for some reason it doesn't actually network. Why is it using 6 megabytes? It should use 100. I don't know. No, it's still quite low. I don't know. Usually showing much more, but this happened an hour mark. Get feedback and insight to my plans. What are my plans? Democracy, economics, AI, helping community. Should I use Canvas? Let's use this. So I will try to create a new map, mind map of things. Personal growth. Utopia. Switch off communication. No, DEFCON, DEMCON. Democratic Communication Platform. Gamifying politics. Helper network. Almost. DEMCON blah. Self-development technique. Controlling productivity. I'm trying to put stuff here that others could be interested of and I could possibly collaborate with, like Utopia. That's very clear, to build it with others. All of the future of communication ideas, of course, collaboration, personal growth. So this is personal. These are stuff that I do, but others could be interested. Here, my philosophy, this IRA concept, self-development technique. I think this is the best one at the moment. But then controlling productivity. So this includes finding people and going beyond human norms, social norms, to control each other, to create pressure for increasing productivity, motivation. So if I go there, or the idea is I would somehow, well, I would know what things or how people could help me and how I could help others. This is not just for me. This could be what I have to offer. And even if I found people that would increase my productivity to the maximum, even, I can still, maybe I can start sharing this idea that, hey, you should do this too. I could add the collaboration platform as well. It's not just these ones. Ah, wait. Mm. Money? AI, how important? Dynamic roles means that they wouldn't be looking for a permanent member of for some role, but rather it's fine to get new people in 2 week. 2 week for 2 weeks teaching them everything they need, and then they would start working. And then last one. Right. What am I all about? What will I do? These are some reason or some things I want to do. I want to find people to collaborate with, but they are also, I think all of them, something that others, so they could get in touch to all of these things through me. Right now, if someone asked me about startups, I wouldn't know anything. I would just know some people, like maybe connect them with or lead them that, hey, take a look at this LinkedIn page, but nothing else. LinkedIn page, or maybe you could contact these people. But in the future, I could. So taking a look at startup scene. Take roles. Startups. Creating communities. I haven't been part of any organization, non-profit or similar, but I would like to know about the process and experience, that people had an idea, then how they found the people, how did it go in money wise, getting grants, like creating businesses. I have my own idea of coaching business. Not sure about that though. I have felt quite often that maybe I can't develop my communication skills much further. Maybe there I'm very close to limit. So that would change some of my plans, but for example, future of communication wouldn't change anything because I can always focus on technical side, and I'm good at that. I'm not good at that yet, but it's natural for me. So for that front, I'm interested in AI and data handling and front end. Okay, pretty much the whole spectrum, let's say, but not security. Security, I don't care. I could take roles in communities, events, like I applied to be a volunteer. That will happen more in the future. And that's the idea about moving to Helsinki or anywhere else than Tampere, that if I would commit to some place, then I would be more open to looking out for opportunities to do volunteer work or take some manager positions, get experience and get to know about that side of communication. So I have money. Dynamic roles, community, developing them. I already created notes about Swapcard, which is the app used in the EA conference. This is my third time using it. It's very clear there are so much that could be improved. For instance, there is a long list of everything throughout the day, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. For each day there is a huge list of things you can join, but then some of them are already full. Some speed friending session that I would have liked to join, although I was able to join one of them at least. But the problem is going through the list. If I book or if I join some, if I schedule some session for myself, there isn't any clear enough indication that I have selected this. So then if I go the list multiple times over through, I can't hide anything that says, because what I would like to do is go through the list and then select I'm not interested, and it would grayed out. It doesn't need to remove it fully, but then I can slowly but surely get a better understanding what are important for me and what not. It shouldn't be that difficult to implement, but I will send the feedback maybe later. I didn't take a look where they have a feedback section, but it's very important, like planning 3-day event what I would like to attend, and then I haven't started contacting others yet. Book one-on-ones. Well, because I'm doing this right now. There's so much stuff that could be developed. Take a break. The desktop crashed again. And I'm back. Okay, if I haven't forgotten anything, so economics should be there. 30 things, my own business, looking for startups, focus on AI, dynamic roles. Collaboration platform, building it, taking roles, developing. I think that's there. Marketing, helper of humanity. That's self-evident here. These are already so my projects, community, money, and that doesn't need to be specified. AI skills, startups, opportunities, moving to Helsinki, community gamifying, helper business, personal website. It's not important to specify. Yes, I think it's looking quite good. Very happy about this. Right now, it's important to update my swap card profile. I just copy paste from my LinkedIn and it's not accurate. Then started contacting people, or started going through the people and see. Actually, no. First, I need to prioritize, dig deeper. What exactly am I looking out? This is quite good. So I can right now I can already ask feedback about this. I can ask about this, although I need to start creating the plan. But at least ideas for all of this. But that work I don't need to specify on the swap card. So I'm planning on working while I travel there on Thursday. My laptop with me. I will take my VR headset as well. Someone wants to test or try them out, or just for myself. develop communities. So feedback, I will mention the swap card. I will be giving feedback, and I do it already quite actively. Take roles, and this is kind of personal thing. I can make my own notes and then say them to someone. I could still become a volunteer if I'm contacted. Someone dropped out, but these two, I could start thinking more that if someone has some role that I could be good at or would be interested of taking, then good. I want to know. Also creating communities. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet to really start thinking about it, although like this, it's a community. And then each of these should have their own discussion places. But is it open? Is it closed? Don't know yet. And the problem with this right now is I don't know what communities there are already. I haven't actively read the EA forum. And because I don't want to find communities here in Tampere. So creating communities, I'm not there yet. But this is the first one. Take roles, opportunities that I could get, and then dynamic roles, startups, creating businesses with someone. But I guess taking roles, unpaid or paid, it doesn't matter. Both. Just ask the question, okay, what can I do? It's now quite clear what I want to do. And because I specified dynamic roles, it means I don't want any long-term permanent. I'm not starting a career in policy work. This is clearly my goal. But it doesn't happen overnight. To controlling my productivity, yes, if I'm able to wake up every day, start streaming or privately work the whole day, that might be the most optimal. Find people who I can work with for different projects. That might be the most optimal, but like moving abroad, I don't specify it here, but immediately that would change things, or moving to Helsinki even, because I would get that sense of change, and then with that it's easier to change other stuff as well than just my usual routine here in Tampere. What is my current plan or idea if I don't get any opportunities or find, which I'm kind of assuming I wouldn't, that I will just find new people to contact with. Although 3 days, I might take some roles. Maybe not responsibility, but maybe to test new community or collaboration communication techniques, test them, try to think if I can come up with something better marketing. Yeah, but what is my plan if nothing happens? If nothing happens there, I just get some new connections, but my life will continue normally. I'll continue applying for jobs because I need to do that. Well, the thing is, if I'm able to control my productivity, then I will continue developing. Actually, the website, thinking of developing while traveling. And the website development means next one, I will put projects there. I want to create pages for each of these projects. And then I start putting ideas there. And then when those are good enough, I will start sending them, sharing them with my already connections, but they might send them further. So my website will become something that I will try to make it such that people can share it easily with others. There's a share link, of course, you can just copy paste the URL, but I want to make it so that it's clearly like project cards, or you can download whole presentations of these project plans or ideas. But the main point is it should be shareable, easily shareable. So that will happen. I will put all of, well, GameFi politics, I need to talk with my partner if he wants to even continue, but at least Demcompla, I want to start sharing. And with that, when I have it more clear to myself and the ideas, then it's possible that at any moment someone will approach me, message me, and say they are interested to start collaborating. It doesn't need to be more than one person, and then it changes the dynamic completely already. That's the moment when these are not just my ideas, but they're becoming something. Currently, I don't work with anyone properly, at least. And then Global Helper Network, I will continue developing that collaboration platform or ideas developing communities. And then taking roles, like I already volunteered to become a volunteer. I didn't get a role this time, but I would have if I had done that earlier, maybe. And I know I can already go to events, non-profits, or some free to attend events communicate with people and then take roles that, hey, I'm interested. Because just even though I don't have experience and not good communication skills, I have something that many people lack, and that's confidence. That is the motivation and the ability to see the big picture, understand why things are done. Startups, so money, I will continue applying for jobs and then expand for other countries perhaps. And just in a few months I should have been applied to at least, well, 4 positions a month. I will get more experience on that because I'm not just sending my CV with empty cover letter. I will think about the position. Do I actually want it? Maybe not in the beginning, but more and more. And then I will expand to abroad. Right now it's not my priority, but I think, and creating my own business, my personal website is sort of the bottleneck here, that I want to develop that further, have some of my ideas. With the website a little more developed, it might take like a few hours to have it in a way that I can already comfortably share projects individually. Then I can start making videos. So that's that's nowhere here, but this all streaming started with the idea that, hey, I want to make videos about my work, my ideas, connect with like-minded people. I can already make a video or video series or almost about this. My philosophy, I can make video of this. Definitely I want to make video or videos, and maybe in the future this as well. Definitely this. So what if I created a video about this idea or utopia for all humanity, and then the one for you on YouTube, 10-15 minutes, then shorts, Instagram reel, and then use the same for Instagram, TikTok, and then I would have people comment. I would have people contact me saying if it's stupid or if there's some potential there. Even if it's a few people, that represents a change, next phase, where I have done something, I have shared it. I can share my ideas, or my website. I can make a LinkedIn post saying, hey, everyone who's interested of what I will do, I have created this website, there are my ideas. Feel free to comment on anything you're interested of, or see that there's potential, see it's good, that my plan is good, or preferably say if you think I should do something else instead. But yes, for all of these things are going forward. That's my feel. And right now it's just it's a bit of hesitation. I don't know what to go for first or full on, but these clarifications I have done in the past few days, but past few weeks, especially now, looking at this, it feels so clear that I'm not just creating new ideas and going circles, but I'm combining these, collecting them like this. The startups, I think in some way that has been one of the biggest mystery or uncertainty. Should I focus on money or the communication? But it's clearly both. But and it's clearly more towards communication, I feel. Watching those videos, geopolitical videos, news videos on YouTube. From YouTube, I felt more and more that the communication platform, even if someone else would do it eventually, even if even nowadays people choose democracy in places like Hungary, or there is unrest in China, many people would choose democracy there. I still should choose this path. Okay. So after the conference, at least what I would do is continue applying for jobs because I have to, and then control my productivity. If I can control my productivity, then I would do everything else. Becoming active socially, that's something I would like to work on. But I have felt that I'm constantly finding myself trying to figure out my own life and looking inwards, that I have these bursts of activity socially, but then I always end up here. I haven't read AI news or any tech news from my email newsletters that I get in the last 3 weeks. This kind of pause, I don't want to happen again. Everything that I have discussed on the stream today will take some time for my brain to get used to, my mind. It's a lot to unpack, but I will move forward. I will eat next and then start updating the swap card according to this. Yes, and then hopefully have time to apply at least for one job today. The deadline is 22nd. Okay. Yesterday, I think I might have eaten more than 400 grams of carrots. Didn't have anything else to eat. Okay. So now clarify my future plans and then life work. I don't remember if there was a text limit, but shouldn't matter. So at the moment, it has my LinkedIn profile text. Let me put it here. Might have changed this on LinkedIn. Fixed some grammar error. Okay. Hello, friend. Someone who has faced the nothingness of this reality, and by mastering my thoughts and emotions, I have built myself meaning that aligns with my deepest desires to help solve the mess of this world where people keep fighting with each other, avoid facing themselves, ourselves. Okay. I want to improve democracy because if it worked, I would trust that people together would work on the problems and I could enjoy a more peaceful life. Some of my ideas of what would be needed are better communication systems and platforms between collaborators, and focus on making education materials and techniques better than just rewriting it over and over again. Political systems and communications made easier to understand by people with different types of political knowledge. Okay. Some interesting technologies and fields are XR and AI. XR represents the potential visual information flow and experiences, and is already good enough that I use my headset daily to work with large screens with stars and galaxies in the background. AI has the most disruptive potential for getting humanity into a bad or good direction. It keeps helping my work more and more each day, and I will bring my contribution on trying to lead it to a good direction. If I seem in any way interesting, or it means you think we have something in common. If I seem in any, it means you think we have something in common. Let's connect and enrich our lives even by quick interaction, because who knows what it could lead into. Well, this is fine. No matter what position I get or what project I start, I'm always interested to hear opportunities that would let me give a bigger contribution to humanity. All right. I would say the way I write is not easy to follow. Very, very long sentences. Was this like 2 sentences? pretty much. Was this one? Let's start by this. What am I hoping to get out of the event? And then how can I help others? So not just notes, but actual text. Did not like me. Right. How can I help? I hope you get out of the event. Hmm. Turnabout. Or by directly contributing to help shape Hoping to learn about career opportunities that align with my goals. Pretty sure I can use lists here. What are important knowledge? Hmm. If I'm thinking about community, develop communities, take roles. What kind of roles? Like operations. Those are the most common ones. Just operations roles. I cannot be a marketer. I don't have experience. I don't know how to take pictures. Planning events. Like, would I want to take responsibility in some event that, hey, send this message, contact these people, and then create this forum, then get messages, answer them, emails. What kind of role would I want to take? Some of my feelings and ideas about this are old. I updated them. Leadership. Leadership role is good because that will directly help increase my productivity, because it requires me to develop this more active thinking, which I would need even being alone. So in that sense. And then of course being more comfortable with people, learning about them, work styles, communication styles. Developing my productivity. What if I asked if I wanted to affiliate an EA intro program that I attended? What if I was the facilitator? Not facilitator, wait. Facilitator? Guys, a group. Yes, facilitator. Would I take it? What would it teach me? How to take in charge? But the thing is, that group, the whole conversation, I would have a structure already, so I know what it entails, although experience is still different, just knowing. Having the pressure to actually say the words, not just think. Of course, I can introduce myself, because I can't introduce myself well. I should be excellent at that to be able to focus on everything else. So right now, if I were to take part in some important political meeting, I would think about the introduction. And that's something that shouldn't happen. Of course, I shouldn't focus on how to say hello or what things about myself I should tell. I should focus on the actual content or the context. So if I write here that I'm interested to hear possible roles that I could take, just writing so opportunities, also be happy to get feedback for my current ideas, projects. And those I would shortly explain in the main profile. How I can help others. I can give my deep thinking practical viewpoints to your ideas and projects. Okay, that's a start. It's fine. But it's very important to know here that this is not a conference where everyone has same knowledge about some obvious things like technology that I think, of course, they have. I'm used to having conversations with people who use computers, who know programming, follow tech, AI, but then what if I'm having conversation with someone there at the event and they don't understand how AI works, or what possibilities are there already, how the AI assists development, how has it changed. So deep thinking practical viewpoints. I can say something about XR. I doubt very many people would be interested to hear about that. Can I say I can give my experience on how AI or on AI help for developers, software developers. Even though I have used AI quite a lot, can't talk about it much. It's of course very common general problem I have. Okay. About the event, I want to quickly go through or take a look at meeting I will possibly attend there. Okay. Okay, free entry that I don't need to register. Good. 2.5 hours left. Here are my experiences on XR field and software development. Now the main text. Hello, friend. Structure here maybe. Education. Oh. Hello, friend. Probably take it out. professional. For LinkedIn, I will keep that. I think it's fine because people might browse profiles randomly. But this event really tells something about the person. Of course, they are interested to it. I think just about me, and then bullet points. Try to not use too many sentences, just make it quick and efficient. Software developer. This I can easily mention. I think it's I know it's unique. Not many people have um this gives the wrong image that I'm unable to think, that I'm too weird. This is okay. That's good. Over 4,000 hours of video footage of me thinking aloud from the last 4 years, because thinking aloud is the easiest way I can be productive on my own without external motivation. Mm. Software developer. My own way of thinking. What I want to say is that my way of thinking about this life, world, differs greatly from many other people. Of course, everyone has their own unique perspective, but most others, they have gathered their own beliefs from different sources, or some philosophers, or just from social norms. They haven't been thinking about them that much. Created my philosophy for life and understanding of humanity by mostly thinking alone. Mostly. Mm. Well, I would say yes, even though, of course, my knowledge comes from outside and the influence over the years. Even watching TikTok, I have seen many philosophical content, and they have affected my philosophy. But I would say I have still spent more time just connecting different thoughts, even if they came outside. This is still true. And my philosophy for life, that I haven't taken from anywhere else. So that's just from me, because many philosophies, they don't, the word views, they're pretty vague. So need to build your own. I shouldn't continue that. My time. personality. This is good. About me. Addition. What will I put here? Prove democracy and politics. Dem TCP means something. Digital Cinema Package. Filmmaker's Guide. Digital Cinema Package. Wow. Decopa. Demcompa. Appla. Get money. Personal growth. Self-development, control productivity. Global helper network. Collaboration platform. Harness. Activity. GP. And biggest dream is to help build a communication platform that will enable better communication about political matters than any other social media app or messaging apps currently, because they aren't meant for that. It's important to station about different issues. Right away, different to be This is the first time I'm writing about this. One idea is that conversation about an issue needs to show right away different opinions about it side by side, and not have them not have them in right. What was the name of the website again? All sides, political news. What's this? What is all sides? another duplicates. I think just yeah, leave it, leave it as that, because otherwise there will be too many things. Helper platform, collaboration platform, get money. I think yes, get money, and then I'm done. And the last message. I'm in many ways assuming that I will be the active part. I will contact people, say, hey, are you interested to have a talk? And then I can specify more in the direct message what I'm after. If they're not interested in either of these, they're not interested in what I want to achieve. Dem blah politics. It's not important data handling personalization. I wanted to mention that AI there. That's very important. I'm currently unemployed and money restricts my time and options. I think But always, anyways, focus on AI in my solutions development. So I think joining could have potential. I think yes, this needs to be okay. I will update this right away, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to start sending any messages. Hello, friend. Select all. Delete. Ah. Ah, no. Notion is not very good for selecting text. Okay, now it seems fine. What do you mean? Ah. Oh my. Okay. Okay. I can scroll upwards as well. Democracy. Right. Career stage. Interests. I have too many. Expertise, none. Okay, what am I hoping to get out of the event? I think I copied the mute. Good. Okay. Select all, paste. Huh? I can share my experience on AXR field and AI helping software development. Okay. Saved. Nice. Nice. Messages. Last. Don't do this to me. What if I close this? Start it again. Feels even worse. Playing for a job. Ah. Ah. Right. Business. CV. Have I... This has ended at least. I think I made some other change here. Software developer, UX designer, manager, consultant, coach, team leader. Okay, I remember that these are quite cringe, but no, they're fine. Hmm. Would I? Well, I think yes, but maybe I'm not that proactive about this. I do get excited if others are. Let's check my CV. I think what I will do is I will quickly update this if it needs updating and then create a PDF with my show tips on startup. Oh, fine. Yes, this has ended. This continues. And only thing I need here are these ones. I will wait, no. Ah, yes. Without updating the file itself, I can quickly put my just check. I will change this in the future, possibly to, or I will create a new email account just for job applications or opportunities that I can publicly say. For example, my PDF will life work. This is not public. My PDF, my CV will be public. And do not save. Just quick check. Be quite stupid if I miswrote this. Everything's in place. So now this PDF has the latest information. Let's go to my favorite place, doing it. Elisa. This I wouldn't mind. I myself have been the customer of Elisa for years. Have I even used any other? First of all, do I have that? What was the... They had it here. FinTech. It does have potential. I think it's no, it's there. And split view. Not like this. No, if I like that, why can't I drag it? Like here, I would even need to put my phone number. But will I apply for this? I already went through it, I think, well enough. $2,200. Can I ask AI for this? Too lazy. I would like to know. Um, $2,200. So if I paid 30% tax, is it even that high? How much? Mm. If it was 30%, then it's like 1,200, let's say. A rent 700. So 500 for, oh, it's quite. $1,700. The thing is, I have never even got that month. 5%. This income level, I could say it's very low, or 0%. Starts around 21,000. Insurance. $1,700. So if 700 went for the apartment, then 100 for some phone bill, internet, 300. That's fine. So if how much do I even want this? Job would be good, but for my goals. They will 100% use AI to go through this. So no worries that any human will read this. Why? Wait. What? Maybe I raised this by accident. It's fine. No worries that any human will read my application. I already wrote this my CV. It's my LinkedIn update. In 70 profile views. Really? Is my LinkedIn updated? No, I don't have my projects here. Okay. This will be a practice. The first one that I will be applying for in what, a year and a half? So tell about myself and why I'm interested to get this job. Good that there is 2000 character limit. I don't have to worry about someone sending many page letters and AI favoring them. I'm not interested in a job just to get money or mm, and this is the thing, even though, so I'm explaining about politics now, even though it's not relevant for this, I would be talking about it. I wouldn't try to cover up that. Yes, I'm very interested, very much interested in fintech primarily. No, I'm being honest. No, politics gives a wrong impression that I would like to be a politician, maybe. Now, which word do I use? Perfect. Or so this job seems to be for me. Actually, it would be quite interest or not perfect. Let's say really good. Mm, economy, no. Financial, no. Economic. Mm, Okay, I think that's it. If I think I just put both. No need to read that again. I will put the CV. Sure. Manifesto. Oh, that would be funny. I would. Yeah, I will write my email here. Phone number. Let's not use phone number. They can read my CV if they want that. And LinkedIn. Wait, that is in my CV. Take it from there. Copy link. I think yeah, let's just get this over with. Sure, it's fine. I am sure it's fine. Done. Next one. So what I don't know is how I would need to prove that I have sent or applied for a job, but then I could just link to these videos. But let's go back here. guess these are the newest ones. Customer service. Customer service. Many of these might go against my values that I mentioned last stream. That I have less problem with the communication itself. And of course, I'm not that socially active, extrovert, good looking, normal dude that most salesperson are, but that's not what the customer might look, because they might trust me more if I seem more intellectual. So it's not an immediate plus if you have that kind of natural personality. Maybe it helps, or for some people, for sure it helps. Eight hours. What is the pay? Does it say? Provision. Is it good enough for me? I don't know. It would add pressure to the work a little bit, but that's the pressure towards development. Like changing my public manner and then words I use. Mostly, of course, would be in Finnish. Depends on how good product they have. If they have good products that would cost too much, and I would see some benefit of that myself. Stories were good that they're using, then okay. So they are selling security. What I would guess is most of the security is done just by putting some texts that, hey, there's security in this house. So any thief will see that and be afraid to go there. It is the assurance or the fear of there being security. Then it might be the door locks, guess, maybe. I don't know. But the thing is, the point here is, I myself wouldn't maybe buy this service, but there is the assurance which they have, the peace of mind that you go away from your home and you have a better feeling that, hey, there is security there. They would know if someone broke in. That's quite a lot because it's mental. It's not that it's actually probable that someone would break in, but even the feeling that it could happen. So the product itself, what is it? What it is? It's a peace of mind. It sells peace of mind to the customer, and that I don't have any problem with that. And I don't think they can. Well, they can try to exaggerate the likelihood of someone breaking in. And also, if someone wasn't thinking about it, then there comes the salesperson, me. I would start talking about it, telling all the different ways could break in, and they would, and the customer would start panicking, start fearing. So now there is need for this, but there wasn't before. Let's research this quickly. Because if there was another similar job available, say, what was sector alarm? $400 reviews. So cameras. Ah, okay, that's 20 years. Works technically, but expensive. What? So they are just showing on their own website 4 and 5 star. Professional salesperson. Ah, that was even the wrong one. So they that's a good one. Google. I very often was this sponsored. All of these are sponsored. So I I often try to avoid sponsors, but it seems like I avoided just the first one. So 50 euros a month. €50 a month. Okay. Yeah. First, I thought this was a clever idea to add this service, but of course, if you're away, then this is handy. €50 a month. So what I'm guessing is each of these are separate cost, and that €50 is just the bare minimum. Let's try to find other ones later. Sales representative. Even the phone operator, the help desk. It could actually help me develop my speaking. Because I could get the numbers, introducing, of course, professionally, but hundreds of times, thousands of times, saying goodbye, thanks for calling, or have a great afternoon, have a great morning, have a great day, have a great weekend, have great holidays. And I have talked about this before, that my vision is that in the best possible case, if I'm able to develop myself to the point where I can multitask like I haven't been able to, and if I would do this sort of repetitive job, I could think about something else at the same time, or have these very short breaks and develop myself, of course, for some not that meaningful use case, learning about some companies or services, remembering all of them. It might not help, but then again, there's always something to do. There's always something I can develop, even in the most simplest task. If the task is physical, I don't care. But if it's at any way mental, pronunciation, the excitement, I can develop my ability to get excited about meaningless small tasks. I can cut away seconds in my response time, think about developing workflows, think about AI development or integration into this system, into this workflow. I can develop myself how I react to new information, learning new information, like, hey, there is a new service that you are now providing or answering questions from. Learn it, be able to sell some product, sell some idea that, hey, this is enough. You don't need this. You can get away with this. Having that readiness. So even after 7 hours, being able to answer and focus on it. Why am I reading server? And then there's bolt. Personality and good attitude. Yeah, that was in there. What is Germany's? Germany employment rate. 4%. 6%, okay. And it would be, or it could be quite high among my area. 5%. Slowly increase. Stagnates. Decline in unemployment. Do they have work there? Germany, 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 Germany. Take a break at least. Yes. Virtual desktop broke down again. So let's go to AI. Or do I care? Moving. I'm an EU citizen. That shouldn't be a problem. Simplest route. Germany is a popular move because both countries are in the EU and an area. For non-EU citizen. Janssen Karte. Friendly. German applicant tracking systems. Okay. So it's LinkedIn. At a beginner level. It's not there. I think. Okay. I don't know, but in Japan, guess South Korea as well, or one of them, there needs to be very good reason for hiring someone abroad or someone non-Korean, non-Japanese. Needs to be their talent or something. But here, English first. Almost exclusively in German. For the opportunity card, at least A1 German or B2 English. B2 English. Do not make finish citizenship. Proficient. 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 Competent. Wasn't that confident. Berlin, Munich. Why? Why am I logged in to Why am I logged in? 4 hours 43 minutes. I will delete that. It's not important, but something along those lines. Why am I logged in with this account? Better. But it automatically assumes why. Okay, so hope it works now. Right. I don't really care about showing my current house, but just as a concept for future, I do not want to show my personal maps. So Cologne, Stuttgart, Frankfurt, Berlin is very east. Hamburg, it's also very north. What is the distance between these? Like from there to Cologne? 360. So it's 2 times here to Helsinki. I don't know why I like the idea of being close to something like Paris. Okay, I would like to visit these countries. So Cologne, what did it say? Berlin, Munich, Hamburg and Frankfurt. Munich, Frankfurt. Netherlands. 200 kilometers. 360. This would be closer to Switzerland. And I'm not sure what is the train network to Italy. Problem I have with this is, yes, I would say my English is good, but is it really good enough? Tech software, data science, international finance, startups. Registration. Health insurance. Local IBAN. So if it's LinkedIn, don't know. No, I don't want to show that on stream. I think it has some access to LinkedIn. Startup. Actually, I don't know. I don't know the field, but it might be that someone has an idea and they're kind of looking for a talent, but maybe many wouldn't want to join a startup. I don't know what's the legality of that. I moved there and said, hey, I'm okay if I can just live there. I don't need much pay. Co-creator or co-founder role in German requires a different approach than a standard job search. Decentralized but anchored by a few golden borders founder matching. Most effective patterns communities for finding partners in Germany. Found area. Specifically for finding co-founders, tells you to filter by location, which you can browse startups looking for co-founders. Of course, because the unemployment is high, probability of finding someone who would accept someone with as little experience as me. Berlin and Munich. Founders Exchange. Let's take a look. Founders Exchange. The idea is that what if I started looking for jobs abroad immediately? Broaden my strategy from just Duunitori. Let's take a look. Startup founder, 260,000. Private group. The group is dedicated to startup executives, including CEOs, CTOs, and others involved in starting or running a business. Mm. Okay. Just out of curiosity, what if I wanted to go from Cologne to So directions from here to Amsterdam. Can it give me 4 hours by public transport? Walk. So 4 buses. First there, then there. I could have just used this. So let's say from home. Here. €80. That's quite a lot, isn't it? But though it's right now, depart at 1 week. €40. Oh, okay, it's better. Deutsche Bahn. Yes, translate. Six minutes. What about Paris? Never been to France. 5 hours. 4 hours. Guess because they are using so many different transports, they don't show them. Ticket price. This is not really relevant. London. What? Can't I? Paris. And let's do next week. 200 euros. Eurostar standard. Oh, 70 euros. Exchange with no fee up to. Okay. That would be during the evening. Not available. To soften the idea of moving here. It's not the easiest thing to go with my own plans and not copy some path. Although the software development change Swift towards more AI development has changed quite a lot. But I did have a path. Right now, I have nothing that I can show pretty much that, hey, I'm good at software development or AI assisted development, developing AI solutions. But I don't think it would be that difficult to get that portfolio, get that knowledge, confidence that hey, I really know this stuff, and it works. Why Germany? Why not Belgium? Antwerp. Well, Brussels would be maybe even better. Amsterdam. Attack. Okay. So Frankfurt and Munich. French and Dutch. Neutral language.
Bristles could be interesting. Go right away, right there, because of EU. I don't know how much presence that would be, but GovTech. Best portal, co-founders tribe. Join the tribe of co-founders. Whether you're looking for a co-founder or you want to join a startup project, it's a community for you. Find your ideal partners with complementary skills to your own, collaborate and challenge your ideas and thoughts. Facebook page. What? Has this been updated in 10 years? Is it active? Tweet, share. Now I'm a bit skeptical. I guess this is the latest one. Belgium. Belgium. How difficult is this? Dutch 59%, French 40%. French, Dutch. %58%. Yeah, Facebook. Like LinkedIn? No. So yes, it's Dutch and France. French. Yeah. I can open this on my phone. Like that. And 70. Let's see what the Facebook. Wait,
Sure. Choose this private profile. Okay. 147 followers. I do not understand the language. Pinned April 10th, 2020. 2 likes. And 2022 is the latest post. So maybe AI was correct that this is not the most active portal out there. Right. Part of the great Brussels-based community. Entrepreneur student internship club. Tribe Tampere. – 2013. Commercial strategy. Hybrid. Front-end developer. Experienced front-end developer to join our amazing team. Bridging the gap between the visual elements and the server-side infrastructure. Responsibilities: develop new user-facing features, usable code, fast-moving environment. Maybe I have way too theoretical mindset still. You love food now. That was it. That was it. Hmm. Hmm. Activision. Data-driven App Store success. This is not a small team. Just 14. A startup. It's a temperature out there. If I walked this event, take half an hour, but it's quite warm. 12 degrees. Or is it? So it's there. 3 kilometers. 30 minutes. It's good that I'm looking at this because now I realize very well I know absolutely nothing. I have no experience. No experience and no interest in working in many of these. Policy analyst. Like I have studied software development, web development, and then I'm looking for work outside of my field. A little bit. But there like AI work. There are already AI engineers who have studied AI exclusively. Then. But the interesting thing about this startup field is that you don't necessarily need to have years of experience because the attitude is and the skills to just move on, create new solutions, be creative, that might be much more important than someone who can, yes, they can do some task, but then do they work on their own? How much new ideas they're bringing, how easy they are to work with. But let's see. Let's see. I'm very pleased what I did today. So far, everything is going fine. Maybe today evening I can start looking for people at Swap Card. Yeah. This is 81.